Okay, right then. So today we're just going to basically polish up the game menu. This pause menu, fix some bugs. The first thing I'm going to do is just have a look at this. These buttons are quite big. You know that by default they stretch across the entire length or the entire width of the menu. I want to actually explore making them maybe a little bit narrower and see how they look. This is okay. These are okay for the entire width of this menu. This one is maybe a little bit big, possibly. So we'll see. So, Game UI renderer, get next button bounds. So does the renderer have in it some kind of context or anything like that? We need to know where we're going to put the button. Is it going to be part of the menu or the sub-menu? This being the menu and this being the sub-menu. Because if it's in a sub-menu, we want to make different bounds essentially. So I think we need to start by getting the context of why we're getting the next button, or what menu we're getting the next button bounds. So we have Game UI Canvas, and we have something called set context. Do we set context a Game UI context? So maybe we can do renderer, get renderer, which is a weak pointer IUI renderer. How do we get the renderer as a Game UI renderer? Part of the UI canvas, so we would need to do something like something like renderer. Let's get renderer, get raw. Dynamic cast, Game UI renderer, pointer, renderer. Set context. So we could set the context like that as well. Passing in the context. Then the renderer would get the same context as the canvas. Possibly. Game UI renderer will have in it something like eGame UI canvas context. So I'd have to get forward declared. to U8. Can't be U8. So we would have in the game UI renderer void set context, and then we would have context that, and then it would be context equals context like that. See if that compiles. Do not forward declare this. And we need to include game UI canvas. Not there though. Oh, we forward declared it in the wrong place. That's why. Need to forward declare it here. Okay, so now in the canvas, we do set context. Breakpoint here. See if this builds. And then we'll check if we can get the we'll check if this works anyway. That means the renderer now has a context. And the context is like ARIA menu, unknown menu, submenu item list. So the renderer knows if it's part of the submenu now. So submenu, set context. Okay, which means if we go to the game UI renderer now, we go to get next button bounds. We can say what could we say? We could actually change the result width if the so we could just basically put a little thing in where we just say if context is equal to submenu result.x plus equals some number result.width minus equals 2 times some number 64. Don't know what that number's going to be. So we could just make the buttons a little bit narrower for part of a submenu. Even narrower than that, really. So we could put tweakers here. And we could say, we've got game submenu tweaks. We could say button button margin left, button margin right. Have a left and right margin. Ludmila 2K, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. And the margin, we've put a couple of text boxes so we can change the margin. We'll do this. So this is like this delta min max. I think that's it. That's it. And this can be, you can get the tweaks. Game sub menu tweaks, and this would be plus tweaks dot button margin left, and that's minus tweaks dot button margin right minus tweaks button margin left, I think. Is that right? Possibly plus, actually, based on the other margin thing. Fu Manchu, morning, how's it going? Tried to get on your stream yesterday afternoon, but I must have just missed you. They had like a impromptu art show at school, so I didn't get home till a bit later. But if you're streaming today, I'll try and catch it this afternoon. But yeah, hope your game's going alright. Hope you're getting through the what you're working on at the moment. Last time I talked to you, I think you were doing entity component stuff. Okay. So we've got these two text boxes now, so we can just bring the button into where we want it. Maybe like there? Don't know. Currently working on the input system. Oh, nice one. Main task. Since the engine is new, I keep finding small things that I know work on. Yeah. There's a lot of like work to do at the beginning to get things up and running, definitely. And to make more improvements to code generation. Yeah. It's really fun, I think, getting a new engine up and running. Really good. I don't know where to have this button. To be fair. It'd be like that. Change the text to Excel. Where is it? When will it apply? So maybe we need, if we're going to do this, if we're going to have the button margin like just past like this, which I think is probably the best place for it. It needs to not be based on a constant, it needs to be based on the actual start value here. Yeah, have fun, Fu Manchu. I mean, it's not every day you get to start a game engine. So we're going to set that back to 0, and we're going to start the button from here. So we need, what would this be? Get state. We need to find out what that value of X is to bring the button in. Without stress. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it was a long time ago I wrote the input system for this engine. That was one of the first things I did as well. A few years ago. A couple of years ago. Yeah, the one on this is like a kind of a layer system. So like, you've got, I'll just run the game. You've got the input system now. So this is on the roaming layer, because the character's roaming about. But then if I pop open like the menu, obviously WASD don't control the character anymore. It pushes a new layer onto a stack, which is like a menu layer. But then, you know, if you go over to like talk to something, you can't talk to anything in this level actually. It would pop up in like the dialog box for what the person's speaking. That push on the dialog layer. That's how it kind of works. It sounds different. Maybe it's, oh, hang on a second. I updated my computer and of course it's changed everything. Hang on. Thanks for letting me know. Is that better? Testing, 1, 2, 3. When you update your computer, it just changes stuff. Yeah, that's better. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I think it was probably using my webcam mic before, and that instead of my actual mic. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Much appreciated. Yeah, so it's the input. So I can push any layers on. You can push a layer on and pop a layer off. Or you can just set the layer to be like the bottom of the stack. Or the, you know, clear the stack, set the layer, so you can like basically reset onto a new layer if you want. That seems to be working okay. Okay. Yeah, there might be teething problems because I updated my computer this morning. Right, so we can do get next text box bounds. It has a thing. So you've got this thing called no margin as well, that we're not obeying anymore because we've changed how margin works. Anyway, there's a thing called get current separator. Okay, Fu Manchu, have a great stream, and I'll try and get on this afternoon. When I get home, I'll See if you're there. Get next separator bounds. No, what is it? Get current separator. Aha. So auto separator. And this is plus separator X offset, and that should align the button underneath the text boxes. In theory, he says. Yeah, there we go. So now we just need to position it, whoops, the way we want to. So it definitely needs to come. Okay, that margin needs to change. So we have to minus the separator offset from that as well. Or 2 times it. No. Oh, it's plus. Plus. Hey, how's it going? JM. We're currently in the development process. Just finished pre-production. So, at the end of the last year. So, engine's done. Well, engine's done. There's one more thing I need to do, actually. Game system's written. Prototyped, anyway. So now I am into real production, and the first thing I'm doing is the main menu. And then after the main menu, we'll do a vertical slice of the game. So pick one area in the game world, and we'll just build it out to completion, basically. And that should take me till probably the end of summer, I would say. So it's still early, for sure. Not brand new, though. There we go. I'm just doing finicky things like the main menu is kind of finished. There's just a few bugs. Like one of them is the scroll, the mouse wheel doesn't work here. So I need to fix that. It does work on the other ones. It works on like here. But not on this one. And I'm just doing things like positioning the buttons where I want them and stuff like that. Ever published a game on Steam? No. I've always made the tech, really. I've made a bunch of game engines. And then when the engine's kind of finished, I go and make another one. So I've spent like the last, I don't know, like 10 years doing that, 10 or 15 years doing that. But I'm going to try and make something. I've got enough time now. Because I've always like, had to work a different job as well. But now I've got some time to actually maybe start making a game. So I'm going to do a game this time. Don't know if it'll end up on Steam. I don't know how far we'll get. I've never tried to make a full game before, so we'll see how it goes. So I'm like a novice gameplay programmer, I suppose. I have written a bunch of gameplay for this game. So quit to desktop, unfortunately, there is coming across the end of the button. So we could just call that quit. I'll just leave it for that for now. Alright, cool. So we'll leave the button there. And we'll work on this bug why it's not scrolling with the mouse wheel now. For some reason, I'm getting black screen. I've just updated my computer and it's just like ruined everything. Getting black screen there. When the game is going like in and out of game mode or something. On the stream. It's not happening on my computer. Getting black screen there as well. Not sure what's going on. Perseverance is truly remarkable. Yeah, thanks. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. It's good. I don't enjoy having the screen go dark though. The screen's gone black on the stream. What is going on there then? Interest is the best teacher. Yeah, you're right, yeah. I like it because there's like so much stuff. So you could do it forever. And you know, there's always something new to learn and stuff like that. What do I need to do? I have had this before. Where the screen has gone black. Can't remember how I fixed it though. Then it comes back. Let's try this. That's worked. There we go. It's a Streamlabs thing. As long as the quality of the stream hasn't gone down. Alright, Brill. Do you do any programming, JM? Do you do any game dev or anything like that? Okay, so I'm going to fix why the mouse wheel doesn't work here. So that's, we're in GameUI renderer. Combo box, draw combo box. So we've got this thing where we make GameUI item canvas, GameUI item list canvas. So it's some configuration thing with the canvas. GameUI renderer style that has camera drag. So what I want to know is there anything what we need to do to make the mouse cursor work? It's called like a hover box or something. So when the mouse hovers over it. Okay. It can detect. I aspire to become a game development programmer, but currently on the online learning phase. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, nice one. Do you know what type of programming you're interested in? Is it like the gameplay or the engines or networking or whatever? So set the context, set the Z, set the context data, set extent, begin and clear, begin, has camera, oh it does have camera hover. Get client bounds, add hover box, camera hover. So we just need to make a note of this ID. So this is it. This is the camera hover is the thing that I think it's the thing that the scroll bar uses for the mouse wheel. Interested in C language. I think it's too powerful, combining both software and hardware. C language, yeah, cool. Yeah, well, that's what you need if you're going to do stuff like engines. And a lot of gameplay, to be fair, is done in C as well. Add hover box. We're adding 2 hover boxes, which is a bit weird. Oh, that adds it in real time. If it's in the foreground. Okay, well, we're adding all the stuff in that we need. So if you go to a mouse keyboard controller, and then we need to find out where we are doing the mouse wheel. Input boxes. I'm not coming here. Not even getting here. Where are you from? I'm from China. English not. Your English is great. Your English is great. I'm from the northeast of England, in the UK. China, that's awesome. So we're not actually getting here. Something is stopping us from getting. So when we do, where are we? When we do this, we're not getting here. How is any of the input boxes working? That's what I want to know. Maybe we are getting here. Hang on, this is confusing. We are. So we've got 35 input boxes. They're all the different resolutions. We're looking for the hover box. Let's have a look at state. State hover boxes for Sci-Fi Gardener. Camera hover. It's 3106 we want for the ID. There's lots of them. Well, it would be in the item list, camera hover. Some things are being put in 2 times. By the looks of it. This is very confusing. Okay, so where do we do the hover stuff? Hover boxes. Hover box 0, Z is 0. So let's see if we can get here. Very hard to. UK is good. Yeah. Long history, many famous units. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's, a long history. Like China. Maybe not quite as long as China. So this is the game canvas hover box. This is hard to debug because there's hover boxes all over the place. So what we need to do is just log line the frame on the box name. So that's frame count and smallest box name. Alright, we've got an advert coming up in a minute. Frame count. Do we have app? Okay, so we'll temporarily get app as well. So we're in camera hover. Still in camera hover. Still in camera hover. Just looking down here. Camera hover is the hover box, which has got the whole across the whole screen. So let's do the area as well. And maybe it's because well, I was gonna say maybe it's because it should pick the front box. So we need, what do we need? Okay, we need, it's not basically not detecting that it's inside that box. It thinks it's in this box behind it. But the input boxes are detecting that, not the hover boxes. So it is the smart, so it, are we actually sorting the hover boxes on Z? So I also want to know. What is here? hover boxes is 18. So the item list there. I think that's incorrect. So we've got item list camera hover, item list camera. I've got the same. We've got the duplicate entries in, which is, I don't think it's meant to be there. We got the smallest area. So I wonder if it's that the area. So I wonder if we actually need to sort. What we're doing there, we're sorting on the input boxes. Yeah, I think we need to do this. We need to go. This needs to change a bit. Okay, I'm going to check in. This is like a change, bit of a fundamental change to the input system, so I'm just going to create a point we can roll back to. I'm going to put this over here for reference. Go to line 54 here. So, hover boxes. We're just finding the smallest box, and I don't think that's good enough. So we want to do T-array input box candidates hover boxes get count, just count. And then we go through all of the hover boxes. And if they intersect the mouse, if they intersect the mouse, we just do candidates to add box. And then we're going to say if there's candidates, we sort them. And then we're going to do this thing here. So what does this do? If the candidate Z is equal to the... Oh yeah, so we're just basically getting all of them with the largest Z order. And then we're going to go, if there's still candidates, we'll sort on area. And then the smallest box is the candidate dot first. And then, so we basically just copied what the inputs are doing. So it goes through and it goes, so we've got all of the different hover boxes. Get a list of candidates that intersect the mouse. Sort them with this greater of input box, which is just does it on the Z. So what we're doing is we're bringing the ones with the biggest Z to the front. And then we're sorting on the area, smallest area, and the smallest one gets to be the one that is chosen. There we go. But now we've broken this one. Now it doesn't work on this one. For some reason. The submenu canvas. Maybe the submenu canvas. It's because a submenu canvas, we're giving the Z of 0. It probably needs to have a Z of 1. Okay, so let's have the ones that intersect the mouse. Which will be these. Oops. So that means we need to set the Z. I think for this to work, Game UI renderer, we need to do set panel Z, I think, for it. So Game UI, whenever we do, we need to set panel Z to be 1. Choice menu canvas. I think if we do that. What's the choice menu? Tick choice menu. Don't know what choice menu it actually is. That still works. That works now. Yeah, they were on the same layer, Z layer, as the actual game, which was causing a problem. Okay, but we fixed that. Brill. Okay. That's that bug out of the way. The next bug is when we close the menus, they don't look very good. Like, they look good if we close them one at a time. Ooh. Somebody being trying to be too artistic with their music there. Okay. So if you close them one at a time, like doing this and then doing this, they look fine. If you close it just by hitting escape, they kind of like shrink away. That one's fine. This one's fine. It's this one. Like go shrink to the bottom of the screen. So what is causing that to happen? So if you go to the game, tick input, it's in resume game, when we call resume game. So we'll just follow this through. Let's escape. So it goes set menu to none. Current menu bounds. Oh, is it because it's coming here? It's probably because the submenus coming here somehow. Sub none. So how does this happen if we just close it normally? So let's just try and remove these for a second and see what difference this makes. So what we're doing is not calling the transition, I think. Queue menu is none. So that is correct. The queued menu. Okay, So what about the transition menu? About this submenu? So why are we not actually... Oh, it's in tick submenu. Okay. Let me do this. We don't get there. We're not ticking the submenu. That must be what it is. So we call resume game. Go set menu none. Do we need to set the sub menu? We do set queued menu to sub none. Bloody life, how's it going? Came back. So you're gonna take in AI jobs soon. Thanks for contributing. See, gonna be taking AI jobs soon. You mean AI is gonna be taking C jobs? Low delay life. Yeah, I have to see how that pans out. So we set the queued sub menu. Okay. So get menu bounds. It says 0. So what is happening here? So that's current menu type. Next menu, none. So the result, that is 0 as well. C coders usually don't share open source. Their serious project, I don't think it's going to take it, since it requires many steps to debug and fix it. I have tried, always fails no matter which AI. Ah, right, okay. It's really too early, I think, to tell how good it's going to be. We're only a few years in. I can see it being just a handy companion tool with a human still driving it. One of the things I think about programming in general is that, like, it's like a very condensed logical, like, it's like a condensed logical go-between between human and computer. So you can tell the computer what to do in a condensed, very logical form that is better than the English language.
So the idea that you could prompt AI with the English language to get it to do exactly what you want to do is not going to be the most optimal way to communicate with an AI. It's going to be a programming language will be the most optimal way to communicate with an AI to get it to do exactly what you want to do. If you want that condensed logical communication without all of the waffle that the English language or any natural language has. So the AI, it's possible the AI might generate the bytes for the CPU, but done via some kind of condensed logical syntax, aka a programming language, which may or may not be C. I don't know. Maybe a language that's not invented yet. Like a really logical, condensed, fluent way to communicate with an AI. And I don't think that's the English language. I think it would be just too hard to get exactly what you want. The AI could generate you something that it thinks it'll try its best to generate exactly what you want, but I don't think it will be able to. You need to tell it exactly what you want. And the way to do that would probably be a programming language of some kind. So I don't think it'll replace programmers. But then it might replace C. But anything could replace C. And a new programming language would come along and replace C at any time. If it's like very good. So that's what I think. I just don't think the English language is optimized enough to communicate with a computer. That's why we have programming language to begin with. Okay. So we're calling set menu set submenu. So we're doing this current, it's slightly different in terms of layout, in terms of, I agree with you, everything about AI is based on all knowledge from ancient times to the present, just like a database. Yeah, nice, alright. It requires a good prompt to tell exactly the details. Several paragraph prompt, it works. Protocol. The compiler you want to use still need knowledge because AI cannot guide itself now. Many problems nowadays is they don't fix. AI just create it. Yeah. Hope someone not bring a new lang or a new broken Rust language which has a lot of kernel driver bugs. It's not taking my job. Yeah. It'll all play out. I definitely think like business leaders, upper management, those types want AI to replace programmers because it'll obviously be cheaper. But they don't really have the same understanding that the engineers do. The upper management don't. So they're pushing, but I think it's fundamentally a question of communication between a human and a computer still. Even with an AI there, it's still the same thing. A human wants a computer to do something, and it needs a way to express that. And programming languages are better than natural languages at doing that. So the idea that you could, type in some kind of prompt and have it generate exactly what you want, I think is kind of an impossibility. Unless the AI can somehow read minds. But then even if it reads minds, the humans still don't know. Often it's an iterative kind of, it's a process and you land upon something that you like. that does not have its own thinking. It cannot think and reason independently like humans. Yeah, I don't think it can either. I don't think it will ever be able to do that. It's still a computer. I had someone talking about computable and uncomputable things yesterday, and that's, it's a good point. Like, if consciousness is fundamentally not computable, then it will never be conscious. AI has internet. Yeah. And another thing is like a question of generating new information. Like, if the AI needs human input, as in it needs the humans to draw the artwork so it can take that as input and produce new artwork, it cannot possibly take over human artwork because it itself would stop being able to produce new things. It would just be able to replicate over and over again the old things. But the idea of pushing forward, it can't do. If I could think of it, it would be a bad thing. Yeah, maybe, yeah. But it's still, at the end of the day, just a computer program. So current submenu, accessibility. We've changed some stuff here. I'm wondering why it's like this. I wonder why this code is different to this code. Because it's obviously trying to do the same thing with different menus. So what I'm going to do is, like, for now, is literally just copy them this. Current menu is current submenu. I think that's this queued menu. It's queued submenu. They were releasing policies related to the copyrights. But they didn't care before and encrypted their server. So they don't really care about the human work created. The head of the most popular AI thing is a Nazi. That's a stretch. Still think you need to advance yourself. People need to advance within AI. We didn't before, it's okay. Tech is changing, but you can't take over McDonald's job already pays $25,000. Don't let us compute nowadays. Yeah. It's like, the thing is, like, shareholders for these big companies are going to want to see AI improve. Always, like they've always wanted to see computer hardware improve. And if to improve, it needs human creativity. It needs like to know the next big thing or whatever, and it needs to feed that back into itself. Then it can't possibly take over human creativity because it needs it. It needs it to improve. And you know, the upper management of these tech companies, if they want it to improve, they'll have to protect human creativity to feed the AI so it can improve. It will hit a ceiling. We may have already hit the ceiling of what it can do, and it can't improve anymore because it knows the entire internet. And if humans stop adding things into the internet because it's taken over all of the jobs, it won't be able to improve. And all these companies like Nvidia will go bust. So I don't think it will. It's going to be attacked quite easy to do so. Yeah. It's just a question of economics as well. You know, these AIs have to get better to become useful. Like properly useful in the ways where we will be talking about, you know. So we're not ticking submenu. I think what's happening is it's, for some reason, that seems to work okay, copying it over, but then it doesn't tick the submenu. So it comes to tick, ticks the menu. Oh, maybe it's because there's only one transition T. And when it ticks, the sub transition T has been updated, so it doesn't do this. Okay. Do we need two transition T's? One for the sub menu and one for the the pause menu. That is possibly what we need. So it's not going to come here now. So it's not going to set the bounds. Do it, not going to run through this. Okay. Where is transition T used? It's used in quite a lot of places. Oh, not many places in game UI. Okay. So I'm going to have to just change this by hand. So this is going to be menu transition T. I don't want to change it, just find and replace. So this would be menu transition T. And this would be submenu transition T. So this, what we're doing here, this is launch. So this is menu transition T is 0. Submenu transition T is 0. This is menu transition T. This is submenu transition T. Okay, let's see about that. There's only one transition T, and there's 2 menus. So if we were changing the transition of both menus at once, which is what we were doing when we were pressing escape, we were getting some logical errors. There we go. So now if I press escape, I think actually as well, the close rate needs to be faster for the submenu. Takes submenu. On the open rate, say it's 5. See how that looks. Maybe faster. Let's just try 10. So that's not working. The transition's not working. There. If we've broken something then. We've broken it. So when we click a button, set submenu. Oh, we're testing if the bounds are the same. I don't think we actually want to do that. Let's get rid of this. That's a bit rough as well. If we exit from there. That was really weird. What needs to happen there? If you press escape there, possibly this just needs to close. So, right. There's a couple of ways. We could say if you press escape, this item list closes. Or if we press escape, it all closes. I think the easiest will be if you press escape, it all closes and we just get the item list to close properly. So how would that work? How would we do that? Game menus. If we just look at the accessibility menu, draw widgets, what we're essentially saying is draw localized combo box. So it's when we do this. We want to stop doing this. So I think do we just clear focus for everything? Will that do it when we close? Somehow we got a clear focus for everything. Abbreviation turns out to be escape. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Snagglefluster, how's it going? You don't understand something, so you watch IBM and AT archive vids. AT&T archive vids. So what's going on there? Is it... That looks... It's not fading out, This is a very small nitpicky thing. Press escape. It needs to basically just... clear the focus. Where is it? I can't remember where it is. Give me my canvas. TB state. So if we clear the focus, it might stop it. If we clear all of the focus. So we'll call UI panel reset. Clear focus. Let me just do this. Previously, I thought the escape key was just a regular button created without any other meaning. Ah, yeah. It translates to the escape key, yeah. So we just need to do this. That didn't work. Does it call reset? It doesn't. Well, let's not do it there then. This is a global. This is like a free call, this. We could do this. So if it is a submenu, if it's a subnon, meaning we're about to close the menu, just clear the focus for everything in the entire input system. Yeah, there we go. Great. So are there any more bugs? Oh, I think there might be. So the way this is meant to work is if I click off the menu, the whole thing's meant to close. The first a submenu, then the main menu. But what's happening is if I click off it and then I move to where the submenu used to be and I click, nothing closes. So that is also a bug. So we need to fix that. So it's leaving some kind of input box there, which means that it's not responding. So if we do this, the input box is still there. So I can't click and close the other menu for some reason. I need to find out where in the code. We do this. So it would be set menu probably. Okay, so it's an event. So we say if not the menu canvas has the cursor, not the submenu canvas has the cursor, the input method is mouse keyboard. If we press OK or cancel, we set submenu to 0 to none. And if not, the current menu is modal. We resume game. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint here. So it's saying submenu to none. And now this is not happening. So we're saying submenu. Submenu canvas has cursor. Which canvas is this? The submenu. Okay. So because the bounds is left there. Okay. So we need to basically, when the submenu is closed, set the bounds. So you could say if current submenu type is subnon, emenu type subnon, you set the bounds like that. That's kind of a hacky fix. That doesn't work either. It's kind of a hacky fix actually. Is there not like a visible or something? There isn't a visible. Hey child, how's it going? Yeah, progress is good. Nearly there. Just one more bug. Did all of the save stuff yesterday. Save menu and the load menu. One more bug where if you click off the menu, if I was to move back over to where the menu used to be and click, nothing happens. But what should happen is it should go back to the game. And it's just in here. It's because the submenu still has a bounds. Even though it's not visible. So I just need to lot and work this out really. But it's going alright, thanks. Hope you're doing alright as well. So we could say current submenu type equals subnon. your menu type sub none, or try that. One last bug, yeah. One last bug till I can move on to something else. There we go, that's fixed it. So now if I click off there and I go down here and I click, it goes away. Nice, nice, nice. What's mental as well is I updated my computer and a bunch of stuff has changed, including it takes quite a long time to change a window size. It takes like a second. It used to be instant before updated Windows. Right, I'm going to consider that. Bug free, he says. My coffee is empty. And there's an add-on, right? I'm going to take a couple of minutes to get some more coffee. I'll be back. So, new stuff now. So the next thing I want to work on is the modals. So if I do something like delete a save game, I get this modal. And a modal is just a menu that the user the user, the player has to interact with to keep going, really. Right now, they're just like a little pop-up that looks like this. I was going to try and do like a Final Fantasy style, you know, like, so it just comes in from both sides like that. So we might have a go at doing that. Put it back up to the small screen. Okay. So I have to familiarize myself with how modal works. Tick modal menu. Modals can be complicated because they can have what I've called custom renderers, which mean you can just define your own types of modal if you want. Or there's the set ones like yes, no, okay, cancel, that type of thing. So it looks like let's have a look. It looks like it occupies the entire screen. 1280 by 720. So it's a canvas that occupies the entire screen. We won't do the custom renderer ones now. This is a type of custom modal though. So it goes draw. So there's modal canvas, draw modal menu. So what types of modal can we have? Non, yes, no, custom renderer. So it goes through the choices. It's just draw quad. Okay, so it's actually quite simple. So we do need, only one modal menu per canvas. Really only one modal menu for the entire game. At a time. So how do we want to do this? The canvas is on. The modal menu is it on the... It's on its own canvas, which occupies the whole screen. Which means we can literally do anything we want. Right. So this is a Game UI canvas draw modal menu. So I think the easiest thing to do then is just to put a tween in for the transition of the modal menu going in and out. And put this directly on the canvas if we want. And we could make it static if we want to only ever have one modal menu in the entire game. Bambier, how's it going? There's more bugs in me code than bugs in the forest. You're sounding more Yorkshire every day, Fanbjerg. If you wanted to be really Yorkshire, you'd say int forest. Int forest. There's more bugs in me code than bugs int forest. That's very Yorkshire. Int forest, yeah, that's my program right there. It's an int forest. We have a transform tween T. And a transition T already in there that we're not using. I think it has to be a tween, really. Or we could lerp it ourselves. And if we're occupying the entire canvas, we could do another blur as well. But I think that'd be overkill. That'd be like a blur on top of a blur. Because the game's already being blurred. But something we could do is blur the whole screen here again. Could try that. That might actually not be much work to do that. Let's have a look at game menus, submenu, untick. So we'd add a post-processing effect on to here. Where do we do that? I think we can do it before we end it. So we could do something like modal canvas, add post-processing effect. I'm just finding out what it's called. Disk blur. Is there anything in there? Let's figure out how this works. I'm doing it on the game canvas. Not there. It might be more work actually than I thought. It might look mint though. Let's just put this here. We need another one of these windows. So let's just do it here. Static, disk blur, post process, disk blur. Question is, can we open it over and over again? Disk blur, open. And then it's blur effect transition. Time equals 0.1. The ease is, what ease were we using? Linear. Ease function of linear Can you open it over and over again? I don't think so. Maybe you can. We'll see. What does set do here? No. What do we do? Hang on. Set. Oh no, we can open it over and over again. And then we tick it. With the modal canvas. And then we add the post-processing effect in. Who knows what that's going to look like. If it even will work. Ugh. It's blurring. Oh no, we're blurring the wrong blooming thing. We need to actually apply it to the what do we need to apply it to? Basically the back buffer. Which we can't do here. We couldn't do it here. Because we're actually building the back buffer here as we go. Right, we'll drop that idea for now. It was a good idea. It wasn't a good idea, really. But we could experiment with it later when we've got this a bit more fleshed out. Okay. We do it in draw modal menu anyway. We do the transition here. So the modal bounds, we do draw modal background, which gives the bounds. And then we want we'll do a couple of tweens. Tween F2. So I'm gonna go the text tween. And that's gonna go from -16 to 0. And then we're going to do text tween dot tick. I'll do it quite long to begin with. And then this would be plus text tween dot value. And the ease function is out cubic. Oh, it's a vec2. We're just doing it on the x value. Tx0. See what this looks like. Right. So we're going to call this the modal in tween. And it's going to go from -1. No, it's going to go from 0 to 1, right? And we'll put this in the actual canvas. And we'll make it static. Okay, if we make it static, yeah, draw model menu should only be called once per frame. If you make it static, we don't want to call this more than once per frame. So TX is going to be BM lerp between we'll say -64 to 0. Of the modal tween. Like that. And then when we actually spawn a modal menu, which we will need to see where that happens. Whoops. We'll have to reset the tween. Okay, what would it... Set modal menu. It's 2. When we clear the modal menu, we could do it. Okay, so the... Yeah. Where was it again? I've missed it again. I've lost it now. Clear modal menu. We could do something like modal canvas. So here's the thing. We could put the tween there. I could just could put it in current modal. We could put the tween in there and pass it. So we could do... It could just be a float. Transition T. And when we set the when we clear the modal menu, we'll just do current modal menu. Transition T is 0. We'll set it back to 0. And then Game UI canvas can actually take out the modal tween. And then on draw modal menu, we could actually, there's two, we could actually put float transition T as an argument. Like that. And this could be not 64 BMEs transition T ease out cubic. Do it like that. And then basically all we receive is a number from 0 to 1, how far in the transition we are. And then in game UI, tick modal menu, we could do current modal menu, transition T equals BM saturate, current modal menu, transition T. The thing is, we're doing it this way, the modal menus can't control how fast transition is. That might be alright. So we'll just transition it over 1 second for now. What's the problem here? What is the problem? No overloaded function in the callback. What's the problem with this? No overloaded function. What have I done? This is a bit scary. What have I done? Why is this not working anymore? Dynamic lambda. No overloaded version. No overloaded function could convert all the argument types. So the new value is a size t. Oh. The new value is a size t. And the callback is an E modal menu result. Why was this even working in the first place? It's not just size T. What have I done to change this? Let's put that back. So we just added transition T, that's all we've done there. That seems legit fine. So what it's saying is, oh, is it not using? Oh. Okay, this is, I maybe did this, oh, it's type there. Typo. Okay, let's have a look at this. See how this looks. So the text should ping in from the right, from the left. So that's the yes/no one. It doesn't do the interpolation. This is the custom one that's just delete back. Okay, cool. So that's TX. So if we do minus TX for the choices, see how that looks. Cool. And then let's just do, we'll put this, we'll make a tweak out of this. So let's go to game tweakers. Let's go to tweakers. Tweakers. There you are. And we'll make a new one. We'll do a modal tweaks. We're just going to go float tween in rate like that, and then we want to reflect it as well. Say modal tweaks tweening rate, tweaks tweening rate. like this, and then it needs a draw. To draw take the canvas, it does. An editor canvas. She's just going to go canvas, draw text box, tween in rate. Tween in rate. Min max 0. And then we'll just add this to the type of tweaks. And then in the game UI now, we have a tween in rate, which is here. So tweaks, get tweaks, modal tweaks. And then we'll just do tweaks.tween in rate times dt. So we need to include it as well. Include tweakers. Then we can just speed up this. Let's get something looking good. Okay, so right now it does this. So let's just close all these because the model tweaks. Tween in rate we'll say is like 10 to start with. She's very fast. 5. 5's not bad. 3. 3's fine. So if you go to game UI canvas here now, draw modal menu. We want the alpha is BM lerp. Well, it's just BM ease transition T alt cubic again. So that's the alpha. So we need to dot with alpha. 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 So that should like blend them all in. Alpha them all in. Can't tell if that's working or not. I think it's working. Let's turn it. Put it back to 1. So it's working for the text. Oh yeah, okay, we have a draw model background call. So we need to do float transition T for that as well. And then we're going to go auto ty is bm lerp to -16 naught bmes transition t is out cubic, and the alpha is bm e's transition t e's out cubic. Okay. So that is, he's doing inflate and translate. 2 0 ty, and this is alpha. Okay, let's see how that looks. Transition T. Transition T. Okay, so let's speed that back up to 3. Not sure about it coming in from the top there. So we will get rid of the ty. And so saying minus canvas bounds width over 2. That's not quite working though. So that's like the min x max x of that strip of black. Which is here. Can't tell if it's there as well. I think it is. Let's just try and cover the whole screen. There we go. So what's going on there? There probably is a... Yeah, there is a margin. Which we need... Okay, there is a margin. So we need to actually make that ignore margin call work. So what we're doing here is we're going set extent might have been, oh hang on, set scissor. Set scissor, so it's the margin here. So we need to say how's the ignore margin? How do we do the ignore margin thing? And was that just on a text box? So we could pass some flags in here. Or can we set a custom style? Maybe we can set custom style. On the modal canvas here. So we can definitely set the context to be modal. So we can say modal canvas, set context, modal. And then can we do modal canvas set style? We cannot. Can we do get renderer set style? No. We should be able to do that. We can do get style.set. Wherever we were working. Where were we just working? Let the compiler find it. Get renderer, get style, set, have a new style. We could do that. Okay. Game UI style. Game UI renderer style. What I'm going to do is copy this, call it the modal style. Game UI modal renderer style. So we can do set game UI modal renderer style. And then I can say the panel margin is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Doesn't know about that. Include game UI renderer style. So what that means is we can have a specific style sheet or modal now, which is awesome. Okay. There we go, it goes all the way across now. Okay. So we want also a tweaker for the back colour. So the model tweaks colour, back colour. And then in draw, this is back colour. This is back colour. And then when we do Game UI canvas, we want to get tweakers for the modal menu tweaks. The modal tweaks, and then this is tweaks back color with alpha times tweaks dot back color dot alpha. So now we can set the back color of the modal menu. To something nice. So I think possibly what we want to do is blur this bit. That's what we want to do. So we want it to kind of work the same way as combo boxes did. We're behind a combo box. See, it says VSync. It's blurred and blended in. So we'll do that. I'm going to take a couple of minutes break, and then when we come back, we'll write a material for this bit, which blurs it. That'll look good. So yeah, I'm going to run an ad while I'm away, because I'm away from the computer. And it means when I get back to the computer, an ad won't run while I'm working. So I'll be back in a few minutes. See you in 3 minutes. Okay. Just been told by the receptionist at the office, that in 20 minutes they're doing a fire drill. So I'll have to leave the stream for 10 minutes while I do a fire drill. So you probably hear that, and you probably hear the alarm go off. Okay, so we'll put a material in for this. We might be able to reuse this one, possibly. The item list one. So what does this actually if I can figure out where we issue the call. It's in draw background. So it's draw item list background. Yeah, draw item list background. So let's try and do that. Rather than draw quad. The bounds being the modal bounds. Okay, so this is unfortunately going to use the material of the item list background, so maybe not. Maybe we'll just see how it looks though. See if we can get this to just work. Yeah, it does work. So we could do that, and then we could put borders. We could put a border. The other thing as well is it rounds the corners there. Now, I think what we will do is we will do a similar thing, but we will do draw modal background. Don't necessarily need a material, I don't think. We could just do a specific, it doesn't need a material structure. We could just do an enum material, an e-material type for it. So let's do standard optional size T draw modal menu background. Color, just color. S32Z. And then draw quad. We'll just copy this. We do need the material because we need to know the size of. We need to know where on screen it is. Okay, we'll do that then. So actually, this is game. This is game model menu background material. To make one of these. And then we need like this. Color. And we'll do auto tweaks. Could pass in the transition T as well. Set it as a constant on the shader. The tween in rate. Oh no, the tween in. Oh yeah. So we could actually pass in here the transition T. So then we could use that in the shader, possibly. So that'd just be that. Give me my canvas, draw model menu background. So this is this now. No, this one. And then we need model menu background. Like this. And then this is material.color. Okay. So now we do draw modal menu background. Draw modal menu background. Transition T. Modal bounds. I think it can just be a background on the background layer like that. might actually do is rename that draw modal menu backgrounds as well. And the tweaks, the tweaks need to happen in here now. Oh, which it does. So that's this with alpha. It's this, isn't it? Alpha times tweaks dot back color dot alpha. All right. And then we can go to DirectX. RGBA triangle batch. It's the same as this, the draw RGBA triangle batch. This is just draw modal menu background. Oh, it's not the same as the line batch. Draw modal menu background batch. This is draw RGBA triangle batch. So we're just going to copy this for now. Draw batch. Draw modal menu background on batch. Okay, so let's see if this works using this new material. Looks good. So what we actually want to do, after we've done this, and what we want to do, we need a shader for this. Yeah, we need a shader. So game UI, it's pretty much the same as the item list one for now. The item list background one. Almost, it didn't have corner radius or anything. So it's a bit simpler at the moment. Yeah. We'll copy it down here. So this is modal background. It's just here, just these three we need. Oh, we need UV. Yeah, we're not actually putting that in the mesh. We're going to do pause UV color. And then this is this. They go away. There's no coverage. Yeah, I think it's just... It's just... input.color.a, I think. Same name. Something with the same name. Royal Gaming. Thanks for the thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Okay. Okay, no, this is modal menu background. Just working on a little bit of UI at the moment, specifically the modal menu. To the menu that like the player has to interact with to move forward. Okay, so let's go to the pipeline and we'll add it in. Modal menu background. So this PSO, we also need to attach a blurred texture. So we essentially have to do all this. It's not the border piece. Item this background. So we need to essentially do all of this to get the blurred target. That goes there. This is game modal menu material. And that's the blur target. And where do we attach the blur target to? So we do this. Okay. Offset. This is instance bounds.xy. I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh, no, it's crash. Game model. Oh, we're not actually adding the material in. And we don't have UVs either. So we need to add the material in. So we need to do get renderer. Or was it? How do we do this? How do we do this? BM get render, here it is. So we move the material into the renderer and then we append the index. But we actually need UVs so we can look up the blur. We've made a blurred texture. So we want build quad. It's XYUV2. So we're just going to see there if it gives us UVs. It should do. XYUV. We have to just make sure that it puts everything in the right place as well in the vertex stream. So it's XYUV and then color. So if you go to Game UI, XYUV color, so that should be fine, that should work. Okay. It's out of bounds of the currently set root signature. Okay. So it's here, it doesn't work. No, it's not. Why is it trying to do this? Oh, it's here. Fluster descriptor table 1. So it's saying descriptor table 1. Oh, we need to actually bind the PSO first. So we actually need to do it here. Do this here. That's actually 1. I don't know why I've put 0 there. Right. It's not complaining. However, there's no... It's meant to be blurred underneath here. And it's not. Let's have a quick look at what if there is a blurred texture at all. So we'll start at the top. That's fine. So we're copying from the current back buffer target. That location, that width, height. dest is 0, yeah. So that is it. That is totally legit. So that should be fine. That should be fine, but it's not. Let's have a look at this. What's going on here? It is blurred, look. So this lerp's not working. Oh. Oh, interesting. So this should just be like 0.5. Maybe they just multiplied together. So, blur times input color. That's not bad. Don't know why it's so dark. It's probably dark because of the multiplication. But it isn't necessarily bad. So the alpha makes no difference here. We're not actually including it in the shader. If we do 0.5 in the alpha, and we do this lerp, maybe that's the way it should be. Well, gaming, how's it going? What game am I making? I'm gonna make like a sci-fi gardening game. That's the idea. Gardening in space. So you're on like a space station, and you're responsible for the upkeep of the grounds on the space, like a massive space station. So you like do quests for NPCs, tend their gardens, go down onto planets or to spaceports during the quests to gather things. It's going to be that type of game. It's kind of casual, some light combat. And the idea is that you just make the space station look nice. Right now I'm working on the UI for it. So all this art, all this stuff there's from a previous game. So I haven't actually drawn any of the real art yet. yeah, if you've got any questions, Royal Gaming, let us know. I'll answer them for you. I think I forgot to say Merry C++ Christmas to you. And to you as well. And a happy yeah. Whatever that means. I hope you had a good one, Vanberg. So do we think blue... it kind of needs to be contrasty. Good Java year, yeah. Hope you Java good year. Right. So that's the fire alarm. They're doing a fire drill here. So I'm going to have to disappear for like 10 minutes. But I won't turn the stream off. I'll be back in. Alright. Didn't take as long as I thought. Good. Okay, cool. Back. So, where's the yes no one? Okay, that still uses the same background. Let's have a quick mess with the colours. Keep messing with the colours. Maybe it is nicer being white, I don't know. I've got a bug where it keeps flipping to red, which is really annoying. My only concern with it being dark like that, is it's a bit like, it looks a little bit like smudgy. And we could also do some work. We've got IUVs, so we could have a little play with the edges. So we could go D is equal to the length of 2 times input UV minus 1. Could put a slight kind of we could mix 2 colours together essentially. So yeah, I like that. Don't like that as much. better just having the box there. I don't know. Maybe just that. Maybe just something simple. See, we could fade away based on uv.x. Minus that. Right. But that is, of course, not applied there. It's applied here. To keep the blur there. I don't know, really. That makes it look really dirty. Maybe go bright white, reduce the alpha. And the delete would need to be a different color. Delete text there. I think I prefer that to black. Could maybe just even do that. Okay. Save that. And let's do Game UI renderer, draw Game UI canvas, draw modal, menu. So we may actually draw the actual buttons. They're just quads at the moment. We definitely need tweaks for the button color. So let's just do draw rounded quad. 4 for now. Just see what that looks like. Maybe even more around. So we'll put them in tweakers. So we'll have float, button radius, set it to be 8 by default, color, button color, set it to be white. I'll set it to be black. Text is white. Keep the text white. So I'll do button radius, button color, button color, and then Game UI canvas here. This would be, if we get the tweakers out, just get them out here. Tweaks, get tweaks, model tweaks. This would be button radius. This would be button color. Okay, let's have a quick look then. Button radius. Button color. Oh. The button colour should be actually just the button colour of all of the other buttons, which is this colour. That means the background colour's got to be a different colour. That blends in too much, you know. Yeah, we'll go with that. Radius of 6 maybe. No, I think 4 is fine. Okay, so what we want to do as well is when we put the, rather than have the white box, we just want the buttons to basically grow. Just like they do on here. Colour combinations indeed quite nice. Yeah, it's like I flip-flop all the time between liking it and not liking it, but it's because you stare at something for so long and it stops looking good in a way. I think my favourite thing about the menu is the sliders. They're nice. They look nice. And they're really quite simple. Okay. So we'll put in a tween for the hovering on a button. So we could make it static right in here. So we could do static tween. I want to try and get away from having one per button. We could have one per button, but we'll see. Button in tween, and that's going to go from 0 to 4 maybe, and then we'll tick it right at the end. So it takes 1/4 of a second for it to come alive. So if it's just hot, we want to set T equal to 0. And this would be button tween value out cubic. I would say. Oh, it's not the outline though. There is no. We're getting rid of the outline. It's that. So what do we want it to do? We want it to grow. If it's hot. If nothing is hot. So this will go, when my mouse is over the button, it resets the button tween to 0, and then it's just going to tick it up. So I think what we want to do is we want to go, what's result? Result is if something is focused. So we want to go button hot or choice hot. Then we want to go if choice hot button tween dot direction is equal to start to end, else button tween direction is end to start. So if nothing is hot, it just goes back down again. Let's see how this looks. It's doing them both. It's doing it for both. Okay, we don't need to do it for both though. So we want to draw the quad kind of at the end. Draw it here. Let's do that for now. So I only want it to kind of I only want it to snap back. Do I want it to snap? Yeah, I want it to, so if nothing, it's not inflating the box. So I'm going to do this here. No. Maybe we need one for each button. We can do that. Can we do that? Don't really want to do that. Just make it a lot faster. Let's see how it looks. That ain't too bad, really. So here's the thing as well. Do you want to put any lighting effects? Like we could put a lighting effect on here, just like here. That's fine. Try a different font size. That's a very small font. So we could render this to a separate target and could bloom it as well, possibly. Maybe that's overkill. I think we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so this is the draw when we have choices. The draw we want draw modal menu, just a yes no one. Or we delete the yes no one. We have choices of yes or no. think we delete the yes no one. And just have one where we just pass in a list of choices. So this is like a yes no model. And this is the just general custom model. Do you want to know where the choices come from? If it's a yes no, tick model menu, it's not equal none. It's a custom renderer. Else, if it's custom else, we do the different type. We just pass in a type. I wonder if we do, if type is yes, no, we'll just draw the choices with yes, no. Let's try and do that. So we will do, just get rid of this. Except we don't want to get rid of the result. We would do, if type is yes, no, draw modal menu, transition view text, choices, we want the yes and the no localization, which I'm not sure what it is. Just yes lock, no lock. Yes lock, no lock. We'd say if auto result is that, new value equals 0, result equals emodal menu result, yes, else if result new value is 1, 2 results. This is choice result, not just choice. Result is no. That's it. So how do we do this? Standard span. String view 2. Is that allowed? Nope. What was this looking for? W string. How do we do this? Initialize a list to span. We're not in C++ 26 yet. We have to do this. It doesn't work. Oh, maybe it does. What does this return? A string view. Why is it string? That's what I want to know. Why is it string? Can we not just make it string view? Still doesn't like it though. Maybe it does like it, maybe it was just different. It's here, it does like it, it's fine. So what's the new value? Let's get rid of these. No, it doesn't like it. So I wonder why we can't just do this. Triggers rear to span conversion. Does lock return? Just a string view. Yeah, it doesn't know how to do it. Ideally, I just want to be able to do this. It also doesn't like this. No. Just don't know why I can't do it in place like that. Fine with that. What about this? Doesn't know that. Okay, we'll just go with that. Okay. Right. Okay, it's because the current modal menu has to keep hold of the choices. So it needs to do this. Fortunately, that's a dynamic memory allocation. Gonna sneeze. Minute. Okay, so this should just follow the same pattern now. I think the buttons have to be a minimum width, really, because that looks a bit weird. The yes and no like that. So want to have a minimum width. So we're going to go, we could put this actually in the tweaks. For min button width, I want to say is 64 by default. Min button width. Okay. So the box, we're going to say box.width equals bm max tweaks min button width box.width. So like most of the time the buttons will be the same width unless the string happens to be a very long one, in which case it will grow to be the length of the string. Do 128 seems reasonable. Do we think that's needs to be a bit bigger as well? So I think the font size, it needs to be extra large, maybe. Didn't save them in button width either. It's 128. Can maybe even be bigger. 150. There doesn't actually need to be a click transition for this because it disappears immediately. So it doesn't need it. You don't want a transition out for, you don't want it to fade out or anything for a modal, because you just want it to be immediately gone. So we could light a strip down there. Like, I quite like the way that that's lit. Which means putting just a top menu border piece on the draw modal background. Draw modal menu background here. So this is the menu quad border piece. So it would be 2 times 4. This would be range. This would be range vertices subspan offset 4. Like this. And this was range. Yeah, I think actually it needs to be 2 separate. Need a border range. there's no offset. And we need a range. Even though it's the same type of vertex, because we're issuing two separate draw calls here. Hacky Z again. You know, I'm trying to not do that comment there. Stroke. We don't have a stroke. Or a bloom factor, or a border colour. So let's do 2-stroke, border colour, bloom factor, offset. Okay, yeah, there's no subspan anymore. Okay, let's see then what this actually looks like. Oh, it crashed. It crashed. Okay, so we need to enable post-processing for this canvas. So the model canvas, I think this is up here. Model canvas. What's the post-processing? Okay, so we need enable post-processing. Do we not have it? No. Must have deleted it, because I'm sure we do have it. Try that then. Enable post-processing. Let's do BM true. Enabled. So post-processing gets enabled on a canvas if we add an effect. But we've got no effects on it, but we still want to enable post-processing because this material requires it. This lighting effect. even though there is no post-processing effects directly on the canvas. That's quite nice. It's actually, it isn't interesting. That's not intended, but I don't actually hate it. Let's do a top and a bottom one. Oof. Got a full-on crash there. Copy texture region. So it's saying the source box right and the back is so what that where are we doing the copy here? Right, because it's not using the back buffer target now. Because it's got get target main. Because it's got post-processing on it, it gets something called target main, which is the actual render target that we do all the post-processing effects on. Oh no, it's not. That's not true. It's not true because we do still want to copy from the back buffer. Okay, so we need to see if we can replicate that crash. I wonder if it was because we were messing with the resolutions. and we had some kind of weird state where we had no back buffer. Difficult to say. Yeah, there we go. So we have to make sure that we don't go over that we don't actually right past the buffer of the back buffer in memory. That's what's happening. We're trying to copy part of the back buffer and we're writing off the end of the buffer. So how do we get current back buffer target? We need to know what viewport we're on. Viewport cursor 89, viewport stack 88. So can we do VP, draw context, current viewport. Let's just see what it is. So we need to make sure that we're not going to write off this viewport. So we need to do auto bounds equals instance bounds clip to the current viewport. And then do this. See if that stops the crash. We'll just do 1 pixel box. We'll do a 1 pixel box if there's no viewport there. So let's just try and get it to crash again. I think it's definitely in the display stuff. Ooh, it does crash still. I'd really like to know why this is happening. The problem is this is not happening at the crash site. So let's do logline there. See where else we do copy texture region or copy from. here. It's happening here as well. My God, there's so many bots today. It's happening here. Okay. So it's crashing later. Submitting some commands and then crashing. But later in the frame. That actually accidentally changed it. The hardware resolution of the display there. This is broke. That's broke that. Full screen borderless. Apply. Revert changes. Apply. Revert changes. Hang on. Apply. Revert changes. Apply. Revert changes. I'm not crashing. Why are we not crashing? So if we go full screen borderless, apply, revert changes. This looks like a crash. No. The revert changes does not work. Full screen borderless, apply, revert changes. Revert changes doesn't work. There. Okay, that's a bug. There we go. Draw menu background batch. Draw modal menu background batch. Right, so what's happening here? Because the clip didn't work. So it's changed. It's changed the... Before we've had chance. It's changed the size of the back buffer. Before we've had a chance to register it. So can I do draw context? Get current back buffer target. Get desk. Okay, so I'm going to clip it with the actual, rather than the current viewport. I'm going to go auto current target. It's that. And then I'm going to go auto current target desk equals current target get desk. And then the VP is rect not current target desk dot width current target desk dot height. They're probably not floats. And we will clip to this instead. Oops. And see if we can get this to fail again. So I think it's when we go bigger. That's broken. That is also very broken, that. So that's a bug that I'm going to fix after this. Okay. Full screen borderless. Apply. Revert. Full screen borderless. Apply. Revert. Seems good. What I want to do is actually if bounds is not equal to the instance bounds, I'll just break there. So it did get clipped, essentially. That revert is not working. So if we go full screen borderless, apply, and then revert, it doesn't work. Let's fix that. Okay, we need to do this. Then we need to close it. Okay, so we did clip there. So this is where it would have crashed. So I'm going to say didn't crash, which is good. So what I'm going to do is just temporarily just set the bounds equal to the instance bounds again and see if it makes a it crashes. Yeah, there we go. So let's not do that. And then what I'm going to do is could potentially put an assert there for the future. Like in the actual copy from routine, because that is a hard crash with DirectX. Usually they don't crash that way. Usually it handle that. It just give me a warning. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do in this copy from is we want to get source resource. So we want to go if debug And then we want to go Autodesk is source resource. P source resource. Get desk. P source resource. I'm going to say if desk width we'll go auto VP equals rect. No. We want to go what do we want to check? So this is the scissor really. And then flipped equals rect. Source P width height. Flip with scissor. If flipped, so I want to go BM assert flipped equals so this is the test equal to the test. What that will do is it will just crash there if we're going to write off the edge of the box. Yeah, ain't that bad. Good. Yeah, there's a bug there. There's a bug there. When as soon as I drag the blooming thing, it wants to change the size again. Okay, so I wasn't expecting it to be black, even though I don't hate it. It's very modal, but I just want to see. I would like to actually have added that black in. So I have to fix that, I think. So the model canvas. So what's going on here? Why is it black? Ah. It's adding it onto the post. It's adding it on to the... This is the post-processing render target. This is not the back buffer. And then we're just splatting that on to RTV0, which is the back buffer. We're blitting it on. We're not alpha blending it on. That's why. Okay, well now I understand what's going on. I think we'll leave it. We're just like putting it over the top rather than blending it onto the top. Okay. So we could do that with white, with black text. Don't know. Load game. Yes. Okay, so what happens if you do load? Yeah, that's alright. That looks quite nice. So when this happens, it needs to be frozen. You can still see the blooming menus transitioning behind. Which is distracting, really. So, game UI, tick. So it would be in actual game menus, submenu tick. So this is the thing that locks. This is the thing. So we do like think of locking widget ID on the submenu canvas. So game UI, tick modal menu. We have to go auto submenu context equals get what was it? Submenu canvas get context. If I get context data, submenu canvas context. So if we can do that, then we want to do submenu canvas context, submenu context. It's just when it, okay, we could set it to be for this to be locked, but how do we unlock it? So it can't actually happen here. So it'd have to be in set model menu. Submenu context locking widget. What is locking widget? Is a name. I'm just going to say name. Well, it's going to go model menu. Like that. Okay, there's an ad break. I'm going to use this opportunity to make a cup of coffee. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right. So that locks the widget to the modal menu. When we clear it, we have to do a locking widget dot equals that, I suppose. So this will only actually lock the, when I say lock the submenu canvas, I mean, it will stop the submenu canvas from floating around. Like if I do this, see, it goes, floats around. If I do this now, oh, it still floats around. Okay, so what is the actual, did that actually work? No. Set modal menu. Oh, it's probably a bunch of set modal. There's 2 set modal menus. Okay. Okay, so the menu behind is not moving around anymore. So we need an actual struct menu canvas context name locking widget. Okay, so we want in the menu canvas, we want to do menu canvas dot set context data, menu canvas context, and then we want to do this, but for, I'll call this just CTX. So this is the menu canvas. Menu canvas context. So we'll do this, and we'll do this. And then we need to put in a little bit of code which stops the menu moving. So the pause menu. Tick. Alright, so it's here. And that's force hot or that, I believe. So a quick look then. Okay, so nothing is moving behind now. Okay, that menu didn't come back to life though. Okay, now I've done it wrong. It's that. And then it's that. Whoops. Okay, then it comes back to life. Alright, mint. Okay, now we need to go back to DX12 canvas and remove these log lines. a lot of them. Oh. How do we go back? Okay, well, let's look for copy from. Yep. Okay. I do like it. I think the thing is, one of the custom modals is gameplay related, to do with like buying things in the shop. And I don't know if I do want it to go all black for that. This will go black, all black for all modals. I don't mind having the post. So what's causing this to be black is because this is just a post-process texture that's getting just blitted on. And really what we want to do is alpha blend it on. How do we do that? We'd have to set it up. So we enable post-processing like this. We would have to say how we wanted it to be blended. Because I believe if you go to DX12 canvas, post-process, it will be here. It just calls full screen. No. Just calls blit. And blit does this full screen blit, which is blit, which has got this blit blend, which is just basically the source, which is not what we want. We want blit blend, really. Let's just try swapping it quickly to blit blend. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we could leave it at blit blend. Does need to be blit, really. So what's this? We could put it in the draw context. So next draw, is it next draw? Somewhere it asks if there's post-processing. Draw range has post-processing. So what we could do is we could say, so we do target main and then we do draw context somewhere plus clear target main like that. We could ask the renderer converses with post-processor. We could have the effects. We could have the blend. We could have something like target blend. So we could do enum class ePostProcessor target blend. Unknown lit alpha blend. And then we could do this. We could set it to just be blit by default, right? And then we could say set target blend. Just as blend is equal to the target blend. So now where we're asking, we could put in the draw context post-processing target blend. It's unknown, right? Post-process target blend. Do we include? We don't. So I think we would need to forward declare this. And just set it to be 0. And then we can do void set post-process target blend. And then get post-process target blend. Like this. And then in the window, we could do this. We could do draw context set. Where's draw context made? Do set post-process target blend renderer Get post processor. Okay. Post processor. Canvas range dot canvas. BM assert. Post processor. Post processor. It needs to be get target blend. And okay, so I'm going to go auto blend start. If blend is equal to none or unknown, we'll just say blend is blit. And we do that. And then in the actual canvas now, post process, we can set it, we could say auto blend equals draw context, get target blend, purpose target blend. If blend is equal to blit, set blit. Or we could switch on it. We'll go switch blend. Unknown and blit together. There is no default. Blit blend. I could just do default blit. Okay. So that means now in the game UI we could do enable post processing, and when we do this we could actually pass in the blend. BP blend. Or just a blend. So maybe enable post-processing returns the post-processor. Could be false. Okay, so we do that and then we do if auto post-processor equals renderer, get post-processor or the handle BM assert pp set target blend to blend. Game UI now we can say that this enable post processing with the alpha blend like that. Right. Good. I do quite like the black boxes. We can draw them in now, though. In the background, in the modal background. Okay, so give me my canvas. Draw modal menu background. Draw modal background. Okay. So we want to do auto top bounds is the rect. It's the canvas bounds.x, canvas bounds.y, canvas bounds.width, canvas bounds.height minus what would this be? I think it's just canvas. It's just modal bounds dot y for the height. I think. I'm going to do draw quad top bounds black Z order get Z easy layer quad. And then we want the bottom bounds is equal to rect. So it's the canvas bounds x, canvas bounds, so it's modal bounds, bottom, canvas bounds dot width, canvas bounds dot height minus modal bounds dot bottom. I think. Okay. And then what we want is we want the alpha as well, which we have to get, which is this. That's alpha. I think I kind of like it to be immediately on. No transition. Okay, so what this means is that we can actually use tweakers to pick this color. So So we've got the back colour, button colour. We want what is it called, this? Bar colour. Whatever. So the bar colour. So this is, so we'll get tweaks out. Model tweaks. This is tweaks, bar colour. And now I can set the bar colour and see if we can find something nice. Bar colour. I think straight up black. A bit of alpha. I mean, maybe all alphaed out. Maybe almost all alphaed out. So how does this actually look if we do like a full screen borderless? That's all right. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's fine. Leave it at black with a little bit of alpha. So at least now, when we do these, we have custom renderers for things. So part of the model is you can entirely design the model yourself. For some things, like I'm thinking the shop, where you want to like pick, you know, you have the shop menu, and then when you have a model for that, like how many items do you want to buy, that's a complete custom one. And it can have the whole screen to draw that model. Cool. All right, a little bit of time left. We can have a quick look at... There's a couple of bugs with resizing the screen. If you go to full screen borderless, and then we revert... Well, that worked. It was not working before. I don't know what's going on. Go full screen borderless from there. Okay, well now it is working. So confusing, man. Well, if that bug is not there anymore, it might have been... It might rear its ugly head later. Or it might have been... It might have fixed it somehow. That way. There was another bug where if we go back and we moved it, it just didn't work. It just went to a huge size. That seems to be working now. I don't know. I don't get it. Alright, well, if the bug's not there, we'll wait till it comes back. Okay, cool. I think that is the pause menu finished. It's a major milestone. So we can work on something else. So I was thinking possibly the chest menu, maybe. So if we go into the editor and we'll add in, we'll make this event broadcast chest trigger ID here. Condition is we're inside. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Chest. This is what it looks like so far currently. So I don't know what that is. There's no. It's times one something. But there's no icon for it. So let's find out what that icon is. So this is the chest contents. These are all of the bags for the party. Stash, Hero and Sven. This is what we're working with at the moment. Nothing really works. So first of all, how does this look if we make it full screen, borderless window? How big is this? And do we want the blur? I don't know. Oops. All right, we'll figure out what's in this chest. Chest system. Tick. There is no tick. So remember how this works now. There would be game menus still. Chest menu. tick. So what are we doing? Draw inventory bag. The chest controller's chest ID. Draw inventory bag. Got slots. 12 slots. Pumpkin seed. So does pumpkin seed not have an icon? Pumpkin seed. Draw HUD icon. No. Size is extra small. Icon pumpkin seed. Really? Icon. Where are we? Prefab icon. I should remember how this icon kind. Remember how this actually works. How do we associate an icon image to pumpkin seed? Icon name. Pumpkin seed. Here we go. How do we associate an item to an icon? Like an image. Game HUD initialize. Game HUD events. Game HUD initialize. G HUD initialize. Launch. Register font. Where is the icons stuff? Loading packs. HUD. Icons. Okay, so where are icons? Load icons. Here we go. So where are we? Pumpkin seed is the third one. Third icon. Data card. One for each MIP. Apple seed. Pumpkin. Alright, so I've spelt it wrong. Somewhere. Is it in the actual asset? Pumpkin. Okay, so let's just load the assets up. Packs. HUD. Icons. Have a look. Pumpkin seed. Pumpkin spark. Pumpkin. Yeah, I've spelt it wrong. Probably can't see that, but I have. Save. Okay, let's reload. Let's walk over to this chest. I need to put the chest in close to the player. Got an apple. Well, we've got apple seed there now. Because it's kind of pseudo random. Let's give. So if you go to the entity state controller, the entity something or other, entity state types, hero, on spawn. We'll give him bag, generate items, inventory, item type, pumpkin seed. Give him 2 pumpkin seeds. Check that the icon is there. There it is. Temporary pumpkin seed icon, that says. Okay, let's just also put this right next to the player. The hero spawn location. Okay, this is what it looks like. You could literally do anything with this. We don't have to follow the same as this. Hamburg, you stand a visit yesterday on my compiler. Nice one. Hope it's going alright. So game menus. I'm finally off the pause menu to the chest menu now. It did work. The only problem was I used standard variant. I had some of those nodes that were larger in memory than others. So the smaller nodes used a lot more extra memory. It's the max size of all variants. Really? So there's no dynamic memory allocation. That's awesome. I didn't know that. Yeah, it works like the Union. Okay, yeah. Look at that. The new C++ has got standard variant visit. Right. Yeah, like a Union, yeah. I'll just hold a pointer from the arena. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds good. Not your problem. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the visit is it's like you just call it and then it's done, so you don't have to worry about things going out of memory and stuff. So you could just hold pointers to all the types that you're wanting to visit. So why are we not blending properly here? I wonder if it's to do with the, yeah, if we do if we rename this, well, let's go to canvas. Let's go to submenu. So if we rename this to draw widgets, and then do this, and then we do comes from a submenu. See what that looks like. The compiler error from standard visit is one if one function is missing. It's probably the nicest part. Yeah. First enum switch before. Conceptually the same, but forgetting the case. Yeah, that's it. You always want to go for compile time errors if you can. Definitely. And then you have to go back all the time. The thing about switch statements is when you add a new thing, when you add a new enum or whatever, enum value, you've got to modify every single switch statement in the code base, and you're going to forget to modify some if you've got them all over the place. So it's not really, I don't think, a good design pattern to do that. Just leads to bugs, like you say. There are better ways to handle that. Okay. This is crazy. Woot Dragon, how's it going? Many errors when you add a new type. Yeah, that's it. So you can write code to work on groups of types, like here, for instance. That's what I do, rather than do switches. And then all you've got to do is just add it into this one list, and then everything else in the code base, because it just looks at the list, will just work. Progress is good, Woot Dragon. I've finished the pause menu now. So this is it. I did all the sliders and combo boxes. And then the model windows, scroll bars, buttons, what else? Scroll bars in combo box drop downs, all sorts of cool stuff. That's what you do, standard variant, yeah, nice. EST knows standard variant type 1, type 2, and then they all use the AST node. Yeah, that's it, that's the way to do it. Let's see how this chest menu is working. We've got some errors, scissorect errors, but only a few. And that's probably the transition. That's the transition that's causing that. So let's sort this transition out. chest menu. Do we need get menu spawn type? I don't know if we need that now. Get rid of that. Very nice, yeah. I've been working on a program that prevents memory dumping. Oh, nice one. Is it going alright for you? My only problem with standard visit is that the error messages suck. Yeah. Do you use Visual Studio? Because you use this problem details window. It's very good at solving the error message, especially for like heavily templated code. That's rough. No errors though. Okay, so rather than inherit from a submenu, I'm going to make a new one called in-game menu. There's already an in-game menu. I'll call this world menu. In world menu. Everything that's in the world. It's honestly been a nightmare. Looks like the solution must require Microsoft signed. Have you heard of VBS enclaves? No, I have not. I know what they mean, luckily now. Oh, right, yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? One of the bad things is that, like, at least in this compiler, like, the actual line of code that it takes you to in the compiler is nowhere near where the actual source code error is. So if you click on it, you just end up in some random file looking at some random code. And it's not the actual source. It's not the actual source of the error. That's what this problem details window is meant to do. It gets you back to the source of the error, which is good. Okay. So I'm going to call this an in-world menu. And have it go from in-world menu. And I might do that here. We want to like implement all of these. To do this, unfortunately. Oops. And then I'll just take a copy of this window because I'm just going to copy everything over from the submenu. So submenu, get spawn type, spawn. We're at submenu. Do this for on tick. Transition in. Transition out. Okay. Basically going for a watchdog approach where I monitor the main exe for touch memory, then wipe the sensitive data. Oh yeah, nice. Nice. Okay. So let's have a look at the submenu stuff. So I want to know where we're calling this stuff. So it must be in transition in. If game menu has transition in, is game menu type. Okay, I think that might just work, that. There's some other tricks you can do. Haven't much luck. Okay. Crazy, man. Alright, so in theory, this is now coming... This is now being rendered via the in-world menu. Okay, cool. So, the transform. So what we want to do is we want a new one, which is float in top. Or float in bottom. Float in bottom, maybe. Is it else if x dot get spawn menu type e menu type menu spawn type floating bottom, so we're saying if it is a sub menu, get the pause menu bounds. The pause menu bounds. That might be a bug. Ugh. Oh, the part we're going from the right. Yeah, right from the pause menu. Okay, no. So this is floating bottom. Is sub menu. We want world menu. So in world menu types. Chest menu. Let's have chest menu for now. Well, chest menu, loot menu, shop menu, there's charger menu, crafting bench menu, fast travel menu, monorail ticket booth menu, monorail station menu. Then we want template class T concept is in world menu type. Type T is in the tuple world menu types. And then we can say Where is game menu type? Menu types. All of them. Yeah, cool. So we can say... If it's a submenu, we go from the right of the pause. So we could say we're going, if it's floating in from the bottom, I think we're just minus 16 off. Floated in from the top. So it looks like we've got canvas on top of another canvas. Ooh, we got a massive crash there. I think I have to do this here as well. It would be this. Leave it like that. Okay, so I think what we need to do is the transition T. Game UI. We're actually ticking, I think it's just straight up the menu canvas. The open rate, we want to put 0.5 in for a sec. So it opens slowly, so I can see what's going on. So it's immediately so this one is not working. So what is this one? If you go to the chest menu, game menus, chest menu, draw widgets. The top canvas. In the bottom canvas. So let's have a look at the in-world menu. Let's take off all these. Effects for now, these post-processing effects. That's the wrong button. I've been so used to opening the menu up. Ah. So it looks like the fade is being done by something else. The fade is being done by one of these post-processes. Or is a fade? Maybe we do. Canvas, enable post-processing. BM true, enabled. Target blend, alpha blend. Then on tick, we're just going to F0 this. Okay. So the chest menu, draw widgets. We have got begin and clear bordered UI. Is it just begin UI? Keep pressing that button. Okay. So the canvas, when we draw it, we want to actually blend it on somehow. Seems like you've already completed the development of the escape menu. Yeah, that's it. It's finished now. Let's just go back to... Put this back to what it was before. Yeah, I'll show you. So I can escape and it all goes away. And then I did this with the model. But yeah, it's all done. I'm working on the chest menu now, which is this. This is the current state of it. It functions. So I can like put this into my inventory, or I can put stuff back into the chest. Take all. And I've got this model, which is one of the complex models. So all this has got to get done. That's going to be, I'm not streaming tomorrow, but next week we'll do all that. So what I'm doing now is just stripping back the chest menu, really. So it could say chest as well. So game menus, so like the, say, the accessibility menu, it's got draw title. So on draw widgets for the chest menu, can we do canvas, draw title, chest? Don't know if this will work. No, it does work. It's not doing any visual effects or anything. Need to figure out why that is happening. So why is there a big gap there? So we're getting the scissor and we're adding to bounds the entire scissor. What that means is we're basically taking over. We're creating. So the scissor is the menu rectangle, the whole bounds of the menu, and we add it to the bounds. We're pushing everything down by scissor height essentially, and then we're going to draw in that box. So this is the top canvas, I think. I wrote this like maybe nearly 6 or 8 months ago. So let's just put 0 in here. To remember how this works. Okay, so that's there. That's if you put 0. Let's put 16. Already almost a year. Almost a year since I did this menu, probably. The engine's been going about 2.5 years. Whoops. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a tweakers for chest menu. That seems like a good thing to do. So, struct chest menu tweakers, tweaks. Float. I'm going to do Y offset. We do this. Void draw. UI canvas. And then we need to add chest menu tweaks into the list of tweak types. Whoa. Put it really in a weird place there. Strange Visual Studio bug. Okay. And this is going to be Y offset. And then if you go to the game menus, chest menu, this we're going to go, we'll get the tweaks. Chest menu tweaks. And then this is going to be tweaks.y offset. And then we'll just be able to move that down. Where's the draw? What does the draw take? Editor canvas. Be able to move it down to the right position. Okay. It needs to be like there. $70. So why aren't the visual effects working? That's what I want to know. So if we go to draw title, so that just sets the title. Is it because... Okay, to figure this out. Game UI canvas. Begin. Begin? To not begin. Let's follow this back. Begin and clear UI. So I want to know, we don't have a title. Where are we now? Menu canvas. Why don't we have a title? We're definitely drawing the word chest. Title is empty. Oh, this title. How does a pause menu do it? Whoa. Tweakers has broken something. The colour is... Ooh, what's going on? .tweaks file. Everything's gone red. Yeah, I'm not sure. Nothing's actually changed in there. Ooh, I have no idea what's happened. We can look at the draw scroll bar, draw V scroll. V scroll back color, mostly red. So let's have a look at the game menu. Game sub menu. What is it? Where is it? V scroll back color. Okay, so that's fine. But it's coming out completely red. I think it just needs to be rebuilt. Just rebuild it. There's like a data layout problem. The file that it's getting the information from is fine, it seems. It's just when it's loading it in. Right, there we go. Just needed to be rebuilt. Okay, so what I want to know is why we are setting the title and it's drawing a title. Draw title. Here we go. Title. Chest. So where's this coming from? From begin. Okay. Okay, so it's because we've not classed it's not classed as a sub menu, it's classed as a menu. Maybe these go, it's classed as a menu. Which, you know, it's kind of occupying the space on the screen like a submenu would. So a submenu is one of these. This is kind of, it's maybe a different thing. I've just classed this as a menu. So then when we do like draw button, so this would be the take all button. Draw button background. So that does draw menu button background. Interestingly, that is not doing any of the visual effects. I'm not really going to change much today because I'm nearly finished the stream. I'm just trying to familiarise myself with how it all works. Okay, so let's first pix and just have a quick look at why potentially those visual effects aren't working on the button and stuff. Chest menu top canvas. So that goes on the menu canvas, and then we have another canvas called the top canvas, which is doing the button. Is it because we need to add a post processor. And the bottom canvas is just doing that. So draw button, it does draw button background, draw menu button background, menu button background, case, draw menu button background. So let's see what happens when we get here. It draws the button, creates the light target. Okay, so we need to see if we get in here. Which we do. So it makes the post processor. So it's doing the stuff. Okay, so we picked in the wrong place, I think. We need to capture with the mouse over the top of the button. There. So it's making all the right stuff. It's going to clip it off though, which is not what we want. So it's just not blending it on. What's this one? So button text is not working either. I wonder if it is drawing in the wrong place. It needs to. It's because it's a canvas within the canvas, I think. These are all things to make note of next week. It's the same with the take all. This effect here. I think they should be further up the screen, to be fair. Well, I'm not sure. So if we quickly add a post processor to the chest menu, where are we? Chest menu. Here we go. The top canvas. Post processor. Enable post processing. Split. Let's see what happens when we do this. There we go. Maybe it is alpha blend. Oops. There we go. So that's looking a little weak. That's because it's not being allowed to blend in with the background here. Maybe the world menu, in world menu. We do turn these back on again. For now. So we can remove this one. And we'll just do a sharpen and a blip bloom. I mean, we might not need the sharpen now, we're not transforming, actually. So we will get rid of that as well. All right. Here's what I think. I think we add a third canvas, which is not menu or submenu, but is in world menu. And that third canvas can have a context of in world menu, and we can take over rendering. Because right now it thinks it's sharing context with this menu. So it's got the same background and stuff. Same button shape and everything. I think what we do is we make a new context, which requires it to be a different canvas. We'll have to do that next week. I think I'm done for the day. So we're on to new stuff. This should... Well, yeah. Once we get the chest menu done, the other menus should follow quite quickly, because the chest menu is going to have buttons on it, and it's going to have these inventory bags on it and stuff. So we'll do all this swapping between new bags. But yeah, it's getting there. Functionally works though. And then this model needs doing. Right, that's me done for the day. I'm back on Monday or Tuesday next week, I would say. So like, it'd be like 10 AM British time. Should we see Fu Manchu streaming? He is streaming. Okay, how do I do this? Can I? Thank you, you too. All right, we're going to raid Fu Manchu. He's working on an awesome game. He's just started making a game engine. So let's do it. Figure out how this works.
lunch hour because I had to do some electronics DIY. Because of the input. So basically, I have like this very old receiver, Xbox receiver, that you can connect to up to 4 controllers, right? And I was trying to use it in the morning, and it was working fine yesterday. Then it didn't work. I was like, what the heck? And the thing is, I'm already on my second receiver. I was like, this must be a common problem because it's the second one. So I googled it. It's just a fuse.
Also streaming on Twitch, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to start the raid. I've never really done it before. Anyway, I've got to head off. Hope you get to his stream. Yeah, right, I'm going to go. Right, see you next time, everybody.